a live on YouTube button before I forgot. I did, but so far no. Really? Is there any like what are they talking about in the stream? They're talking about megalights now. So are they really talking about any like really deep dive stuff for rendering, or is it literally just basically an ad for some of the UE5 features? Is there a reason you stall out YouTube for an entire hour? Most of the beginning of the stream, a lot of times, is just kind of intro stuff, just talking about things and whatnot. And then I start working on stuff once I'm in the zone. And then I go live on YouTube. And also because I forgot. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. You don't want to talk with YouTube? No, that's not the case. Although sometimes YouTube chat is a bit interesting. I will argue. Krim, have you played any Pal World? No. I don't find it interesting, personally. I think if I were to play a survival game, I would probably try out Valheim. I think if I were to try out any sort of like survival games, I'd probably rather just boot up Valheim. I think they're comparing ray tracing to other stuff as well as Lumen and whatnot. They just talk about what fits your game the most from these features we offer, so basically an ad. To be fair, any Unreal Engine stream is going to be an ad, but it just feels like an ad for the rendering features that they're providing in UE5. Rather than like what rendering features should you potentially use? Like, have they brought up built like pack like a static lighting at all? I've been seeing some push forwards with like some like, dude, there's been so much awesome shit being made like plugin wise. Like you have that one plugin that person's making which is like source style light baking. Scythe is freaking awesome. Kind of done with those grindy survival craft games. You know, from time to time, you know, I'm down for it. You know, from time to time, I'll boot up Minecraft. You know what I mean? Do a little survival session. You know? Boot up a little MC. The hell is this? This looks creepy as hell. Welcome to the game 3 out? I guess it is, yeah. That's the one that he made in UE5, right? We understand you're anti-fun. We get it. What? What? You had to shoot me like that? Is that why my game isn't fun? Is because I'm anti-fun? I feel like those survival craft games are the only ones that respect my time. It depends. I've seen some survival crafting games where, or some mods at least for some of those games where they're like, holy moly, you gotta spend 50 gajillion years on this. Wasn't he saying for a while he didn't want to make horror anymore? I don't know. I'm sure, you know, people go through ups and downs in their career and lifetime. Yeah. I think he had some reasonings for that too, which was like people weren't like buying the game, I guess, and stuff. Valheim felt way too grindy for me. Is it very grindy? What I feel like Valheim, what I've been told about it is it's kind of like Terraria, but it kind of Terraria in some ways with the bosses. Is that true, or have I been sold a lie? Valheim really dropped the ball in later stages? Not only is it grindy, but you need to trek 900 kilometers to get stuff back to your base. Are there like no mechanics to like move shit around? I hope you like reskinned materials and reskinned biomes with an ever-increasing grind wall. Oh, that's kind of unfortunate. There are teleporters, but you can't take resources through them. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's not sounding too good. I thought it was super immersive at first, and then you get where it's going, and it feels grindy. I still think, by the way, there is a space in the market for a game like a more expanded upon Muck. Muck? Was that the name of the game? Muck. Yeah, Muck. A survival roguelike. Survival roguelike kind of vibe. I still think there's like a big market for this kind of vibe. But maybe it did so well at the time because speedrunning Minecraft was so, I feel like, so popular at the time. But I still think this is like, I still think there's a market or some sort of interest in a game of this kind of like nature. Kind of goofy, lighthearted. Would you make this game do the potential market, or should you focus on games you're passionate about? Well, I'm not working on it because, well, A, I don't know how I would do it, but B, also, like, I don't know if I'm interested. Well, like, maybe I would be interested, but for me, I always look at it as like a 60-40. It has to be 60% something I'm interested in, 40% has to be like, there has to be a market for it. Okay, how's it going? Yeah, I'm a very like balanced person when it comes to, I try to make things that I really want to make that I find interest in, and then something that challenges me, I think is also very important. If there's something that doesn't challenge me and I'm not learning new things, I think that loses my interest very quickly. How do you determine there was a market for Superfire? One of the big things, like obviously at its core, it's like an action movie game, but at its core, I always kept seeing people saying, where's a John Wick game? Where's a John Wick game? A game that's like John Wick. How do you find success as a game dev? I don't know. You're asking the wrong guy for that. Oh, I don't know. You're just spend 14 years without a release, then try to work on something that you think would work well, would do well, and then see what happens. But yeah, at the beginning when it came to top-down games, I felt like there weren't that many top-down shooters that were somewhat immersive in a way, or like a little bit more grounded, I guess. And then, you know, things kind of changed to lean more in a, not really a simulator direction, but kind of arcadey sim a little. It used to be a lot more arcadey in the beginning, I would argue. You like top-down shooters, so you made the top-down shooter third-person shooter. To be honest with you, I'm not even that big on top-down shooters. The reasoning why we went with top-down shooter was because of skill level at the time. I would still argue top-down is probably a little bit easier to render still. In some ways. It does bring up a lot of design-like problems, though. 1 hour into the stream, no arc has been done. We're working on it, okay? We're working on it. We're working on it. I'm warming up to it. Okay, hold on. There was some tasks I added yesterday. Additional feedback when completing a task. Okay. Right. I want a little bit more feedback when we complete tasks. I feel like we could do like a couple more things to really like make it good. Always adding tasks and never completing tasks. Not true. It's always a case of I complete a task and then 3 new ones pop up. Yeah. Okay, so we added yesterday the thing where it shows like you gained XP in the bottom right corner. I want to do a couple more things when we complete a task that I feel like would be good. Would it be a good idea to do a floating icon above tasks? And then when it's completed, a check mark appears and then it disappears. Exports maps with their asset design more from Unreal to Godot. I feel like having so many assets from Fab and not be able to use them Godot is very annoying. I know a person in a Discord that keeps buying Unreal Engine asset packs, and then he exports all of the FBXs and textures manually so he could use it in, I think, Unity or Godot. And he has got a gigantic folder of a bunch of all of those exports, and I'm like, holy shit, that is insane. There are so many. Oh. There you go, Lance. There you go. Warcraft 3. There's a lot of mini games, man. Is there a mini game like that one mini game in StarCraft 2 where it's like a tower defense kind of thing, but not a tower defense? I don't even remember. It's so like hazy. There was a StarCraft 2 mode where you like summon minions or whatever, I think, to protect against... It was basically a tower defense. I feel like tower defenses are a great, like, first game to make if you... Well, you gotta find interest in it. I feel like if you find interest in it, obviously. But I feel like it's a very effective game genre. That guy fucks for real. Speaking of Warcraft 3, we have a giga lack of hero defense. We got Dungeon Defenders and nothing else. God, Dungeon Defenders was such a good time when I was a younger man. I don't know how many hours I spent on it. I think 200 hours. Game finished yet? Nope. Nope, unfortunately not, Fist. How are you doing on your personal projects, man? How's the survival game coming along? Are we back on the content grind, or are you still, like, optimizing some stuff? There's so many versions of that in StarCraft 2 and Warcraft 3. Yeah, I feel like the Warcraft 3 mods and StarCraft 2 mods kind of blend a little bit. I feel like they blend a bit. I feel like they're kind of similar modding market in a way. Could have automated that? He probably did a little bit. Or they probably did. Without assuming. They probably did automate some of it. Got my music sequencer system done. Environment to controlled music built in Strudel. Interesting. Very cool, man. Also, new main menu, which fucks. Let me see it. Let me see it. It better be the most basic buttons in existence. Start. Exit. Kermit, have you seen a post on r/gamedev today where some dev was telling people that his game named Slop is not searchable in Google? Is it because of the periods? That's not a very good name to go for if we're talking about like web optimization or whatnot. Slop. Oh, okay. It's like, okay, all right. You got some buttons in the corner. That's kind of neat. Cool, man. Very, very ambient. Cool. We got 39 views on this video? What happened here? I genuinely could see this being a vibe fist. I think if you can, I could see it being a vibe. Cool, dude. Wait, let me see this. What is this guy for? Slop. Co-op comedy horror cooking game. Turns out, remove the dots while others simply never took them into account while searching. When we picked the name of the game, we tested with other games like dots in the name of like Repo or Stalker, and they showed up in the search, so we assumed Steam search didn't care. After going public, we checked other sites. However, on Steam it was different. Searching up Slop without the dots didn't show our game at all, except after showing 11 other games, most of which were, ironically, AI Slop games. Yeah, honestly, I would not put dots. I think even Repo doesn't put the dots in their name. They do. What the fuck? I guess Repo is so popular enough that just searching up Repo is more than enough. That's interesting. Okay, what was I going to work on? Oh, right, the feedback when we complete a task. I was wondering if maybe we should have a little icon. Hold on, wait. I don't know why that auto-modded that. Should make Repo 2 named Scrapoo. Scrapoo! Everybody is a Wall-E character in a scrapyard. What if I had like a screen close to the task showing its status? The only problem with that is every maintenance task would require a screen next to them, right? So we have these kind of things. We have this. In the future, we might have it so it's like one of these things gets disconnected and you got to put the cable back in. So yeah. I'm wondering, I kind of want to test it. Putting a little icon above the thing that you got to complete, and then once you complete it, a check mark appears. And then that could be kind of satisfying, right? I kind of want to test it just to see if it does anything. We'll do like a super basic implementation. God, Blueprints is so good, man. Bring up the Blueprints soundtrack. I might have to play this motherfucker, dude. Oh my god. I love how Day 9 is still playing Blueprints to this day. I kind of love that. Honestly, it's a very interesting game. I love the like mystery aspect of it, which is something I kind of want to introduce in this game a little bit. Little mystery aspects. That's like completely like you never even notice it was there until you start like looking around. I really want to do something like that. Like I don't think I would play Blueprints myself anymore. I think if I never watched any of the gameplay, which I kind of wish I didn't, and just played it myself, I feel like that would have been so interesting. But watching it was very interesting too, seeing it through the perspective and lens of someone else playing it. I was like, damn, this is cool. The mystery is in the spaghetti code. That's for me to look at. Okay, I want to make a little UI thing here. And I'm just gonna test it with the electrical interface and see if it like looks good at all. Overhead task indicator. Material, this does not use UI material. We should have the icon somewhere. There it is, electricity. Very much a game to watch for me. I think even just watching it, I feel like is a great experience. But that's just me. I feel like the watching of it is a very fun experience in its own way. Okay, we're gonna see if this looks interesting at all. We're gonna add a widget here. This is going to be in screen space. It's going to be the overhead task indicator. We'll do a draw size of 64. It should be centered. Yeah, pivot 0.5. I'm not opposed to it. When it's active, and obviously we'd have to make it so the player has to get close to it, right? They have to get close to it and then it appears and disappears. What would be a good way of doing that without doing a distance check on tick? I guess we could do it on a timer. Distance checks aren't that expensive, right? We could do it through a material as well. True. We could do it through a material. Very true. That could run on the GPU. Very easily could do it through material. Very, very true. Why not a light? We have a light, but I feel like the light isn't enough. Okay, hear me out. How do we set the scale of this widget? Draw it desired size? Is that it? I kind of want it to shrink at a certain distance. Again, might be a scenario for the material. This should be a particle. Niagara has that as a feature in UE5. Do you think so, y'all? A particle? But then what if I wanted to switch it to a check mark? Could be a difficulty thing. Harder difficulties don't have the UI. We could definitely do that too. I'm just experimenting with it, seeing if maybe it could be interesting to have this on the screen. I guess if we make it as a material, I guess it could be a Niagara particle effect. I've never understood how to create Niagara particle effects that are like kind of persistent though. In the case of like this. Yeah, it would be like a sphere or something, Gark, yeah, doing overlaps, but I don't think we necessarily need to do collision overlaps for something like this. We probably don't need it to be a widget either. I do think we probably could make it a particle effect. But that being said, what if we wanted to animate it? I guess we could animate it with the Niagara particle effect. I know they did it in the Matrix Awakens demo where they used it for their aiming art reticle. I know they did that, and I know a few games that do it with particle effects for sure. But that's usually when there's a shit ton of those particle effects, right? In this case, we just kind of have one. Would it be expensive just having one here? You know what? Let's not optimize it yet. Let's just get it to see if it's even interesting at all, right? And then we can discover if it's something that we want to continue with. Let's stick with that first, and then we can do the other stuff. Let's make it a material first, so it only appears from a distance. Usually only one or two reticles on screen in games anyway, right? Yeah. Although I think in the Matrix demo, I think the reason why they did a particle effect is because you were able to aim. I actually don't remember. I don't know why they would do that because they only had one reticle. I think they had moments where there was multiple reticles. No, I see the benefit of it though. I do see the benefit of it. I think it's just in this case because we only need it when you're like up close or whatever. I feel like I'm not too worried about it. Just stick it to the wall with duct tape. We actually do have some icons that we use in some places. We're going to do sound indicators as well. I'm just very curious if a UI thing can provide a little bit of like feedback and also help players find things. Because I know audio stuff will help a lot. And we do have that in some places, but yeah. Does having a floating PNG really affect performance that much? It doesn't. It just depends on how many you have on screen. Because widgets can be pretty expensive because they tick. And they can get pretty expensive. You would not want to do, let's say you had a game where you had like 100 enemies on screen. You actually don't want to use a widget for the health bar. And in that scenario, you would actually use possibly a particle effect or just a material, just a straight up material, and you control everything through the material. Suit for Hire has a problem with constantly creating widgets right now that still exist in the game. I think I came down to the conclusion that we were having memory leaks pointing at Slate. And I'm pretty sure it has something to do somewhere with like constant widget creation. I ended up pooling some of the widgets. That didn't fix it 100%. So I think there's some other widgets I need to like pool as well or something else going on. I don't know. Another hand-holdy system. Grim's making the game for the Re community who forgets to breathe the instructions. I'm just experimenting with it. Seeing if it's like a worthwhile thing to put in on the screen at all or whatnot. That's it. That's all there is to it. Just experimenting. I'm just experimenting. Final color. If we just make this constant value 1, make it white, that should allow us to control. What is that white line at the top? Oh my god, it's the fucking padding. Why you gotta be so shit? Come on, man. It's because of the... Is that the mip mapping or whatever? I hope that doesn't appear. I hope that doesn't appear in the oh my god. Don't you need to use the world the widget component in world space to do distance checks in the material? It is in the world, so it's fine. It is in the world. Overhead task icon. It is a friend slap game. I know, but still, it's ass. It's right there, dude. Why is it that it appears? Oh, why is it that it doesn't appear as the image on its own, but then the instant we put it into a material? Is it because of the mip mapping? Oh, clamp. If we set it to clamp, we're fine. Wait, I did. Yes! Good! 1 pixel line in the asset, refund game. Listen, man, it's like a very simple thing, but it looks like fucking straight ass. We can all agree. It looked like ass having that little tiny pixel line. It turned it into an eyesore. This guy remembered how to game dev. There's so many pieces. Add that to my cum. You know what? I think I will. The Crimson Unreal Manual. I think I will. That has become a new saying. Add that to my cum. My Crimson Unreal Manual. What about these style of lamps? I like these style of lamps. Don't get me wrong. I think it's cool. And we probably will do stuff like this at various places of the game. But it's like... I'm just curious if adding an icon is worthwhile at all, and also provides a little bit of like feedback. Once you complete it, it removes the thing. Another thing I want to do with some of these tasks is like, for example, for this one, this stays closed. Do you want my... No. Crimson Unreal Manual. The Crimson Unreal Manual. This door would close when you complete the task, and it would only open when the task is available, like to repair it. That is something I would like to do, but just haven't gotten to that point yet. I think it breaks immersion. Let's see. I just want to try it out. And if anything, if we don't like it, we just remove it. Yeah, we'll just remove it. Yeah, we'll just try it out. You're gonna give cum to the other Unreal devs? I feel like it's not ready yet to be like fully brought into the world. What do you mean? Where's my pages, man? Guys, I think my Notion broke. What the fuck? More time in... little more time in the oven, maybe 9 months or so. I just haven't worked on it in a while, and also my Notion seems to be broken? Question mark? Oh, apparently this page I can open it on, but this one I cannot. Notepad 2 is broken, supposedly. This tab is broken? Open in new tab. What's happened to my PC? I need to restart my PC. Anyways, yeah, so... yeah, I just need to work on this more. I just need to work on it more. Maybe this weekend I'll do a little bit of work on it. I keep saying that, but I just haven't gotten around to it just yet. I'm just gonna write a bunch of shit on it. I don't care if I'm like correct on stuff, like especially like the basics dictionary. I don't care if I'm 100% correct on the definition of what a struct or an enum is. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. File a complaint. Don't care. Yeah, I'm just gonna write a bunch of shit in here, and hopefully it helps people. Each of these teachings, though, is to basically try to like teach people different elements of the engine, and like teaching them to like this. The big thing with this one is to teach them to like look at the component system, like the components and defaults, and then, you know, just look for stuff, search things, and then like look in and see what kind of stuff is there. Basically, learning through experimentation, essentially. It helped me not to use Unreal. All right. That's fine. I'm not trying to sell people on Unreal. I really need to set up a Notion or Trello thing. I'm lost on my progress. Ari, please tell me you at least have something written down, right? Like you have somewhere, something written down somewhere. A notepad, like a physical piece of paper. Something. He's got that shit all in his head. Get it off. Put it on a piece of paper or something. You could be going insane using Godot. I don't know. I think grass is green on the other side. I think that's my consensus when it comes to... That's my final thought when it comes to using another game engine. It's all just grass is greener on the other side. Maybe I could become more of a self, you know, making my own tools and shit in Godot, but like, I'm not in the mind space to do that right now. I just kind of want to make games, man. I just want to make games. Have I seen this? Angels Fall First? I have, I think. I don't really understand what the game is. Is it multiplayer? Yeah. Is it... Wait, it's online co-op. Oh, there's online PvP. Is it like... Yeah, PlanetSide? Is it a bit like PlanetSide? You know what it kind of reminds me of? This screenshot? I don't know if it's the UI or the HUD. It reminds me of Battlefield 2. The graphics and the UI remind me so much of Battlefield 2. Does anybody else see it? Does anybody else see Battlefield 2? Or maybe even Bad Company? No, Battlefield. I think it's Battlefield. What the fuck is this game? It also... Wait, what was that PS3 game where like 100+ players could join in? Someone knows the name. It was kind of sci-fi. I think it was like a 4-letter like acronym, if I remember correctly. Or 3-letter. It might be a 3-letter word. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? MAG. Yes. Am I going crazy? Does this look like MAG? Am I going insane? Maybe it's just like the old style look of it. It reminds me of that game for some reason. I think it's just that old style look. It's got an old style look to it. I don't know how I feel about this. It's confusing me in a few different ways. It's trying to be. what are we looking at? This looks like a tactical map. Okay, all right. It looks cool. I just don't really know. Task hack, plant hack spike at primary objective B. Like, it's like squad with Destiny, with planet side, with Star Wars, and it looks cool. It's don't get me wrong, it's space combat. It's got space combat. It's got space combat. It's got land combat. It looks like a game I would have fucked with really hard 15 years ago when I was younger. Just because, like, this was the type of game I would fuck with. Like, you know, Planet Side 2, whatnot. It looks really old-fashioned. I gotta say, I do kind of fuck with the art style. I kind of like it. Can I be real? I kind of like it. It's not this like realism slop or anything like that. It is genuine. Like, it feels like a PS2, PS3 game. Is it mandatory to put UE logos on the trailer? I really don't think it is. In fact, I'm pretty sure you have to get permission from Epic to even use the logo on the thing. I didn't do that. There is a mandatory thing on your game client to put a disclaimer that's made in UE. But that's about as far as you need to go at the very least. I think you need to put it in two places. One at the startup of your game and one in the credits. But why do angels fall first? Where's the angels in this game? Listen, man, it's just a figure of speech. What is the figure of speech for? I don't know. They're making it up. It's a new figure of speech. Angels fall first. Okay, so we need to make the opacity disappear at a distance. What would be the... Let me search this up. I'm still so bad when it comes to shaders. Fade material at distance. Calculate the vector length between the camera position world space and the world position node. In the world position node. Can I even use these in a UI actually now that I think about it? Uh-oh. What up, Sai? How are you going? Doing good, man. How are you? Doing good. So, camera position. I'm trying to... Dude, I could do this in Blueprint. Now I have to picture it in shaders. Can we do a distance call between this and this? Okay. But we don't want to use an if statement, right? Let's say I only want this to appear 800 units. 800 units from the camera, the position of where this is versus the camera. Was it a game review you were doing earlier? I was just taking a look at something someone posted called Angels Fall First. I don't know what the game is trying to be, though. It looks like PlanetSide 2 with, like, Battlefront space combat with, like... I don't even know. It looks interesting. And I kind of like how they're doing the retro vibe for it as well. Wait, no, that's Repo. What am I looking at? I'm in the wrong place. I don't know where I am right now. Okay, so if I want to take the camera position, the world position, let's also see cull fade, distance cull fade. Distance. I want to see if they have some distance stuff in here. Sets a distance. No, these are not. If I search up fade, we have depth fade. Can I see how depth fade is actually written? No. It's like that kind of node where I can't. I don't even know if this works in you. Oh, it does. Erm. How far away is 600 units in UE? It's not that far, but it should definitely be noticeable if we just walk up to the thing. Divide by a max distance to get value between 0 and 1. So if I divide this by 600, but then the problem is the farther we get away from it, the more opacity that we have. So how would I want to make it so the farther away you are, like, let's say this is closest, this is 0 units. This is 600 over here. But what it's doing is when you get farther away, the opacity gets greater. We want it to be inversed. Math. I hate math. -1. -1 I don't think would help here. What about the camera depth fade node? I think like maybe this might work. Let me see what they're doing in here. They're using pixel depth. Let me see if this one works. Maybe we don't have to do all this math. Although I think it would be good for me to learn how to do this. What am I calculating for? Basically, we're checking the camera position versus the world position of where the widget is, checking the distance, and then we want it so when you're going from a distance of 0 to 600, it fades in, and then once you get farther away from it, it fades out. I can't think of the math right now, though. I gotta be. I'm gonna be real. Oh, we could just do this. Default FOSS. If I do true, let me keep this over here just in case. Fade offset. I'm gonna be honest though, I don't know if we can read this stuff in... I don't know if the widget is giving us any of this data. I don't think it's giving us distance data. I wish you could debug this. Can you debug this stuff? Is it possible for me to read these values? Oh, in screen space it doesn't. It has to be in world space. Right. Is it treating it differently? Oh, that's annoying. Oh, shit. Yeah, you might be right. So if I put this in world space... We don't notice... Well, we don't notice the other ones because it's in... Oh. There's a debug node that gives you numbers. I want to test that. I want to test that. Debug node that gives me numbers. Okay, so debug. Okay, number, distance, maximum number of digits 8, UVs 2, debug text location. Whoa! Why is it so tiny? Oh, bad news, guys. It's giving us numbers in the top left corner. How far away it is from the top left corner. Look at the bottom right ones. They're like 2100. As I get close, this one's 900 currently. As I get closer to the corner, 300, 200, 100, 21, 11. Yeah, okay. Don't think this is giving us, which would make sense because screen space. So can we not check where it is in the world because of the screen space coordinates? Would we have to feed it a custom, can we even give this custom primitive data? Depth from world position? Everything's returning 0. Can you convert screen space to world space? I'm not sure how you could in this context. Supposed to be easier than blueprints, remember? Well, the thing is, it's not easier, it's just cheaper to run it through GPU. I can easily make this on a 1 second timer and check the distance between this widget and the actor every second, but plug it in? Am I supposed to plug in world position here? Does it not by default use world position? Yeah, because it's in screen space, it's just 0. We're gonna skip the material stuff right for now. Fuck it. I think I'm wasting my time on an experiment right now to optimize this. I'm wasting my time. Let's do this. We're just going to set the visibility of it, depending on your distance. Light bulbs it is. Light bulbs would be good too. The problem with light bulbs, we can't do that for everything. Like, let's say you have to plug in a cable again. Like, where are we going to put the bulbs and stuff, you know? There's get world position, get world location in blueprints. What's the difference? It's just the fact that world position here, I don't think it's able to read it on the GPU because it's like a widget that's in screen space. But what's weird is that you can read the positioning of the widget from here. So I don't know. You need to convert it to a C++ project and do it that way. We have C++. Well, it is a C++ project. My guess is because the material is in the widget itself, maybe it doesn't know about where it is in space. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think there actually is a wrapper, though, that can maybe give you the position in world space. I swear I remember something about that. I swear there was something in here for that, actually. Maybe not. Maybe I'm hallucinating. Okay, anyways, we'll just, we'll make this simple. Fuck it. Temp widget timer. And then we want this to be local, reading from the character that's you could set the world position. That was something I thought about. We can make it a parameter, and then we just set the parameter based on what the actual location is. It's an option if we want to go back to the widget material stuff. Probably easier to just rewrite it in Unity. Yep. Now, if I do get player pawn, is that going to read from the local player? Or do I do get player controller, and then I get controlled pawn, and then this will give me the local player controller. Or I get local player controller ID. No, wait, local player, local controller. Whatever, this probably works. Yeah, fuck it. Multiplayer. If the distance is less than 1,250 units, it's a very specific number. I know, it's very specific. If true, set visibility of this. Magic numbers? How else do you want to put a number here for this? It's not a magic number. It's a number. It's just the number. It's a number. It's a magical number, though. 1250 is more interesting than 1500. Would you say? Wouldn't you say? Wouldn't you say? Wouldn't you say? Every second looping. We could probably even do every 0.5 seconds. I'm sure that's not a problem. But let's just do every second. Initial start delay variance. Let's do small smart delay variance. So then that way we have different ticks going off at different times. Yes. 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 Oh yeah. Yes. Okay, now we can make it slightly prettier by, watch this, animation. You guessed it. Animation. Oh yeah. Do I prefer tick over timers? It depends on what we need, right? I think timers is obviously more ideal. But I think it depends on what we're doing. You need tick if we want to do any sort of interpolation. But if it's something like this, where we don't need to 100% have the distance check, I think we're fine. Is the distance check expensive? I don't think it's expensive, but mindful, you know, just being mindful. Because if this does end up being a thing that we do want to put in, every maintenance task would be doing the distance check on the timer at all time. Which would be not very good. Not good. Not good. Yeah. I think we should be able to just play it forward and then reverse it if need be. Cost to overhead indicator. Seems like a lot of work compared to a physical object on a task. I'm just slow, man. It's not even that much work. I'm just slow. Isn't tick just a timer? Not really. A timer is a fixed period. Whereas a tick is just like, go in on that fucker. Oh, the frame? All right, let's do it. Another frame? Let's do it. Another frame? Let's do it. Another frame? Let's do it. Is it better to cast one time, store the reference? Who cares about? This is an experiment just to see if shit's working. Or if it's even an idea, an interesting idea. So, play forward. I wonder what the difference is between cue play animation forward and play animation forward. There's an on visibility change event for widgets which you could use to trigger animation. But you wouldn't be able to trigger that for if the visibility is turned off, right? It would just be for turning it on. uh Am I gonna have to set a Boolean? Is this a timer handle? What is this? Widget animation handle. I see. I see. Makes sense to me. How about a delay? We can't put a delay in a function. I'm gonna do something crazy. I'm about to do something crazy. Here's what we're gonna do actually. We're gonna change this. We're gonna change this to the, I believe the render, I think the widget as a whole. Replace with. Really? I can't. Okay, sure, fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm gonna make it so the root has its render opacity changed. And I'm gonna do something a little wacky. Rather than setting a Boolean, I'm gonna check the render opacity of this. Check that it is animation forward if it is equal to 0, or nearly equal to 0, I should say, actually, with the tolerance of 0.1. Okay, I know the code is looking a little shit right now. I totally agree with you. Then it will play forward. Then we can just do the same thing over here. We got a little bit of burger code going on. It's not looking so pretty over here, guys. We'd be whipping up some burgers in this code. Whop! We're burger maxing. And then this one we want to check if it's equal to, nearly equal to 1. Let's see if that works. I do think we could do less than 1250 though. Reduce the 1250 to 1,000. Maybe even less than that. 800. Now, this would only appear if the task is active. Less than 800 and task active. By the way, I'm gonna have to move this code if we like this to the actual maintenance task root. That's fine. It's fine. Listen, we'll see if we even like this to begin with the fuse box first, okay? All right, no problem. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Multiply this by time, sine, period of 2 seconds, plus 1. If I plus by, so if I plus by 3, this becomes 2. No, let's just do this. Plus 1 divided by 2. This will then become a 0 to 1 curve. Let's say we want it to not go fully fade out. So, plus 0.5. I'm just trying to think of this. Plus 0.5. Then it becomes 1.5. What happens if you divide this now by 1.5? I'm curious. If you do 0.5 divided by 1.5, it goes to 0.3. How about doing cos instead of offsetting sine? What's the difference between cos and sine? What does cos do? Cos starts from 0 to 1. Sine is 1 to 0. Sine is 1 to -1. From what I remember. I'm curious about screen position. Can we also do something with the screen position? Wait, I want to multiply this by 3. Multiply this by a constant 2 vector, I guess. Because screen position, I'm guessing, is a constant 2. And we only want the y-axis to go up and down. Does that make it bounce up and down? Good bicycle. Let's see in the game. Let me turn off that check to see if it's active. How do you use screen position? Allows for vertices of a mesh to be manipulated in world space by the material. Does that even work in widget? Screen position. Screen. Is anything working in the widget material? Not not once we hook this up. So I don't know how screen position works. If I have questions about you, do I fire up GPT or no? I Google it. Maybe we have to multiply the viewport UV. I don't remember how to use screen position. Modify screen position in widget in UI material. Add absolute world position? No fucking way. What the hell? Absolute world position? It's the what? No, but is this for a world space? Nah, that's for the world. Fuck off. This is not. No, this is bullshit. I don't believe this. This isn't real. Oh my god, it is world position. You've got to be kidding me. Okay. Then how do I just do the Y? Oh, it's because we're multiplying this. Because we're multiplying 0 on it. Oh. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Yes, dude. Why is it world position though? How can I keep it at a consistent size? Because here we see it's big and then we zoom in and it's like... You know what I mean? We can modify the vertices here, so we can technically modify the scale of this. I won't lie, dude, you're a magician? Nah, man, I'm just an idiot who hooks cables around and shit, you know what I mean? Cables in boxes. That's about it. Anybody can do this. The real question is, why are the screen space switches always that huge when you're far away, and how can you fix this? I think it's because it's trying to retain 64 pixels by 64 pixels at all times, no matter what. So if I could somehow make it change the render scale as you get further away and as you get closer, so it keeps a consistent actual world space scale without making it a world space widget, then I think we're in business. Maybe to the widget size, depending on distance. We could do that. I was also thinking the... Oh, well, no, we can't check the... I keep forgetting in materials, we can't check the distance between the camera and the world. I wonder if there's a built-in way to do that, though. There's a scale box. There is the scale box. I don't know if that's gonna work though. It's doing something. I don't know if that's gonna work, guys. Scale boxes for viewport size scaling, really bound scaling for the widget. Yeah. I imagine this will not matter in a kind of screen space, like weird. I think we might just have to manually scale it on tick or something. I think we gotta scale it ourselves. Well, we could try it. Honestly, why am I... Okay, this is kind of a polished thing. I don't think we need to care too much about this right now. Especially considering this is just an experiment. So let's just move on. Let's put this back in here. Let's change the color of this to like orange. And then let's see if it appears when the thing appears. Should probably put this on the other maintenance tasks. All right, the train's about to explode and the power still hasn't gone out. Are you for real? Are you for real? All right, power goes out in 3, 2, 1. Power go 3, 2, 1. Power goes out. 3, 2, 1. Power goes out. Okay, never mind. How about 3, 2, 1. Power goes out? Kaboom. Power goes out. Power goes out. Man, I hate this. We need to make a testing button. Looks like you got a very good power source. These fuses are good, man. Who bought these fuses? Where's this shit from? Home Depot? Can you buy fuses at Home Depot? I'm sure you could. Really, the one time I need electricity, the train keeps exploding. Can we please just turn on the thing, man? Is it that complicated to just turn on the thing? Or, I mean, turn off the thing. Graham, if you had to pick one, would you have to pick one? None of them. Just kill me. I'm not picking any of them. I don't know anything about this shit. I don't care for it. I don't care for it. I don't use any of it. I don't look into any of it. I fucking hate all of it. What was it saying? Kill, marry, fuck? Kill all of them. Kill all 3. I heckin' hate AI. Fucking hate this shit. And I hate the subjects that carry on with it. Let's go back to talking about how Argentina is rigging the FIFA. Let's do that. Let's talk about that. Dude, okay, is this bugged? Is this ever gonna... Is this bugged? No, the electricity's going out in the other places. Oh my god. Guys, I think the UI could be quite handy. I'm gonna be honest. If the player doesn't know a level or area at all, it could be very handy. I'm gonna be honest. I think it could be quite beneficial to keep this in. As your physics has so damn smooth multiplayer, mine has so much jitter. I use Smooth Sync. I use a plugin called Smooth Sync. I think you're making it too easy. Maybe. Maybe. It could always be a difficulty thing, you know? Like, as you play the game, we had that whole idea where we have the repo difficulty thing, where it's like, you unlock new... new difficulties and shit. Maybe one of them is like, you don't see any of these UI things anymore. That could always be one of those things, and I think, like, that could be good, because then that way... We'll see. You know, we'll experiment with it. We'll experiment with it. Additionally, another thing we need to do is we do need to associate an ongoing sound effect with everything, like with every little thing that's broken, right? The electricity needs some sort of like sparks coming out of it. We don't have that yet, right? So we have tutorial floating text, playtest date. I give it a month. I give it a month. Also, by the way, guys, I'm warning you now. Later this year, I'm going to be very on and off streaming, if not like very off for like a month or so. Just letting you know ahead of time, later in the year. I haven't gone on like a vacation, and it's not even going to be a vacation. Technically, I'm actually going to be working still. I'm bringing a laptop and everything, so I might stream if any of the internet is good, but it's going to be very scuffed, like fucking like shitty laptop camera, I think. Does it have a camera? I think it does. I haven't checked. Does it? It does. And then I could bring a headset. So either one of two things will be happening. I do some occasional streams here and there, like, but it'll be at a weird time for like 2 hours or so. Or alternatively, I'll do some like vlogging or something. I'll do a bunch of like footage stuff, but just letting you guys know ahead of time. Whole streaming career gonna die. Been going strong for the past 13 years. Here I go on a 1 month break. Not even a break. I'm literally going to be working. I'm probably going to be working on the Suit for Hire DLC. Yeah. Not even a vacation. It's a business trip. Suit for Hire DLC? Yeah, we're working away on that. I haven't worked on it in a hot minute, but we worked on it a few streams ago. Millionaire indie dev works on indie game DLC from the Bahamas? I'm literally not. Yeah. 4 hours a day isn't work. It's not a holiday. It's a business trip. It's a business trip. I don't like how big this thing is and how like it scales up and down. It's kind of annoying me. I'm going to put it on event tick. We're going to try something. Oh, but I can't get the world location of the widget. I'd have to send that information to which like we could world widget location. I love Whatever. I guess it's technically a vector, so it's fine. My pimp is sending me abroad for work. Yeah. Yeah, we're going global. We're going international. Creating Superfire DLC on location? That would be smart. We make randomized locations based on where we're going. I want to see if this would actually do anything. So we do this, then we read the widget location. And we only do this if this is not equal to 0, so then that way it doesn't do some weird fuckery. And then I'm curious, the distance. Zero to 800. 2 and 0.8, 0.75. Each element is the float. Okay, good. I don't know if that's actually going to do anything, but let's see. About the plugin? I feel like SmoothSync has been able to do a lot of things for me. I don't know what its downsides are yet, though. You know, with everything, there's always going to be little downsides, right? Just be careful with it, right? There's a lot of controls in it which are really nice. But I think it's quite good. I think it's quite good. Been able to solve the problem of like replicating movement of items. Great. So, okay, no electrical faults yet. I'm waiting for the power to go out somewhere. Okay, really? At the back of the train? Yeah, I'm not running all the way to the back of the train. That's not happening. Is this a joke? Do I set the owner to the client whenever you pick on? I do, yes. And we have to set the. You have to also set the owner on the server. So I made a whole interface system that basically does all of that stuff whenever a new client picks up an item, so then that way they get like, you know, it's less laggy for them. So far, I think it works quite well. One problem, we can't figure out how to do that for NPCs. Because I think the ownership is always handed over to the server. So that's one thing I need to figure out. For players, basically when you go ragdoll, we have to create an entirely new actor that then the player is attached to. So then, there we go. Oh, guys, I just realized I'm stupid. The widget location is always going to be 0 because I forgot to actually send. I forgot. Let's just say I forgot to set the thing at all. So I was waiting that entire time for something that would not work. For NPCs, what are you seeing that's an issue regarding that? When clients pick up a rat, for example, it is like really lagging behind versus an item being super like, you know, like responsive. So picking up rats is really slow and laggy on clients and kind of just not fun. The problem is when we grab a rat, we're grabbing the actual rat. And for some reason, I can't set ownership to the client because I think the ownership is always... So the players can't own the NPC, essentially? Correct. I think what we'd have to do is we'd have to create some sort of middleman actor that acts as the grab point, and then the rat gets attached to that grab point. I think that's what we might have to do. Similar to how the player character creates their own ragdoll actor that they get attached to. If I search up right here, the actor literally just gets attached to a capsule. And then because it's its own actor, other players can take ownership of the thing and then grab their friends and stuff. Unfortunately, we can't really do that, but we haven't done that with the rats, so it is something we have to do. Yeah. Clever for the ragdoll? Yeah. The only problem right now is because we... Currently, how it works is every time the player goes ragdoll, we have to spawn... We spawn the actor in constantly. A task I've put on my board is... we should have that spawned... the ragdoll actor spawned at all times. So then that way the client can ragdoll instantly instead of the server having to spawn it every time. There is a little bit of a latency lag that occurs when a player goes ragdoll. So we gotta fix that. Might have to switch it from being an NPC to an actor being driven by state tree or something. Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna do that. I think our best bet might be just we spawn an actor and the rat gets attached to that actor for that period of time. Like, we might have to do something like that. Can the power please go out? The train's going to explode if we don't act now. If the library power goes out, we'll just check the library. Okay. The train's gonna explode at this rate. Okay, great. Thank you, game. Oh, there we go. But I think I just saw a monster in here. Yep. There we go. It is setting the render scale because we can see the pixels. It is getting a little pixelated. PoE 1 reveal is Pog? Wait, what do you mean? What's in PoE 1? See how nice it would be to have an admin console? Like, we have a console. I just have to put in a system to, New League, reveal? Okay. I think we keep it at the scale that it's... no, maybe we do this. Set it to 1.5, but then make it smaller as you get farther away. 0.5? New League. I played a bit of PoE 2, and I had more fun with it recently than I did when it first released. But I feel like I'm still more into PoE 1. I don't know. I feel like PoE 1 is more like dopamine inducing, and I got used to the whole PoE 2 gem system. I actually think that I kind of prefer the PoE 2 stuff, PoE 2 like gem system. Because it's essentially the PoE 1 system. It's just you imbue the gem with whatever you want. As long as it's within the right tier. But they changed the gem system? Wait, what do you mean they changed the gem system? In PoE 1 or PoE 2? In PoE 1, they changed the gem system? Oh my fuck. Is anything broken? Any electrical? Please, just do that one, game. Do that one. Right there. I'm staring at it. Do that one. Please. Please. Oh. Please, just take out the power here. Need a better test tooling? Honestly, I think I might make it so the admin can just say break this, and then whatever they're looking at will make it cause that maintenance task. I think that's what we're gonna end up doing, because this is a fucking waste of time. This is ridiculous. We're going fucking crazy. Gah! Wait, question. Can we make it so zooming in? Because right now we're doing it all based on world location. I wonder if I could somehow read the FOV of the camera as well in this situation. But I do think I like the scaling of this a lot better. It feels more consistent. Jovix? What's on the Trello today? We're doing some like little feedback stuff when you complete tasks, just trying to make it feel a little bit more juicy, and just overall experimenting with it, if it's even worthwhile to do any of this stuff. But I think so far it feels good. God, I hate this car. It's kind of terrifying sometimes. I do think I like the UI through the wall. I know it kind of breaks some of the immersion, but I feel like it helps. I feel like it does help a little bit. I don't know about you guys. I feel like it kind of does. How long does the average round of this game take? So you have a 12-minute maximum time in one route before you end up at a station. In theory, if you max out that time for every single run, it'd be 30 minutes, 36 minutes or so. But that being said, that's just for one route. I think it'd be a little bit longer than that. So I think ideally, it'd be maybe like an hour? Which I feel like is generally what a lot of friend groups kind of do for runs, is like an hour or so, if they don't die. What the fuck? No, don't come over here, you jackass. I'm working. I'm on the job. I think this is... I like it. I think it's good. I think it's good. Guys, I'm gonna be honest. I know I hate the UI through the wall too, but I do feel like it's helpful in determining where things are. Who the hell is that? That's the alarmist. He just makes a big loud noise when he spots you. That then notifies other monsters. Just have you visibility as part of the difficulty? Yeah, I think that would be good. I'm down to make it so it's like it's a difficulty setting of some sort. God, this is kind of cool seeing this from above. Through the window. Kind of cool. Definitely, yeah. I think it would be like a difficulty setting. Like, because I want to do the whole repo difficulty thing. I think that'd be cool. Like, as you finish runs, you get, like, you unlock the next difficulty as long as you're playing at your highest difficulty. I love that whole idea. Uh-oh, a tunnel's coming. If I'm on the roof, can I crouch under this? On this type of roof? I think so. In fact, I can stand up, actually. That's not good. I'm not supposed to be able to stand up on here. You know, this game's not half bad. I think it's shaping up quite well. I think what would be cool is when the light passes by your... You know? That would be sick. This functions like a hiding spot for monsters. So here's the thing. I want to make it so there's like monsters that are on the outside that punish you for staying outside for too long. So like vultures start flying in and shit. Or monsters that would be on the outside, like a big eyeball staring at things, and if it spots you outside for too long, then it's like... I think things like that would be cool. Like the Phantom from Minecraft? I guess... Yeah, I guess so, yeah. The hook is super interesting? I think so, yeah. I think it's cool. What could be cool is we can make it so this glass could break. Why is the wind getting worse? Did you see that item get damaged? It just flashed red. I heard a noise and it spooked me. I did not see it. I heard like a loud noise and I was like, what the hell was that? I was about to jump on that table and then I realized there's a fucking landmine on the table. Are there multiple ways to mess with your friends? Yeah, for example. and then yeah. The clip is gone? Twitch, man. Twitch. No, but there's tons of ways, and then you can scare your friends. I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of other ways to fuck with them, too. Whoa! I think the... Did we run out of timer? We did run out of timer, because we're at the second area. So that's something I'd like to make a UI for, is when we transition to a station, showing how much money you made, and like a summary. I think that would be something I'd like to do. And then it could also show where you are in the route, like how many more stations you have left. And then, yeah, I think that would be a great way to show information to the players of things they can do to gain like extra income. Like for example, if they reach every tick where they are, then they get a bonus and stuff like that. You should make a decoy grenade like Counter-Strike, but instead it spawns a decoy of a monster. It should, you know what it should be? It should be like the in Metal Gear when he makes like a puffed up decoy. It should be like a puffy air inflated monster. Oh, that'd be fucking funny, dude. That'd be kind of funny. Okay, guys, I gotta be honest. I think the widget is a good idea. I do think it's a good idea. You know what that means? Bad news for me. I gotta move all this shit to the other fucking thing. Oh, great. So put the widget in there. This is probably gonna break because now that becomes widget 0. That's okay, no problem. Then we need to copy this function, which I believe we can. Oh, we can move it to the parent class? There's a whole button to move the thing to the parent class? Whoever at Epic Games put this in, bless your soul, my friend. It literally just moved it, and now it's in here, and it has a bunch of errors. That's okay. We can fix that. Look at that. Dude. Dude. Does it also bring in the local variables? It does. Dude. 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 That's hot. That's hot. Okay, so then we want to move this to the parent begin play. Right here. Set the timer temp widget timer. Cool. Sick. Yeah. I noticed that button a couple of days ago. There's you got to give it to some of the Epic devs. There's some Epic devs that were just like, this is a cool idea, and then they put it in, and then we were like, that is a cool idea. Thank goodness for that. Now they're all like, oh, let's just make everything AI compatible. Puke. You should take the gameplay message subsystem from Lyra. It allows you to control UI without cast dispatches or interfaces by sending a message. Isn't it kind of similar? Correct me if I'm wrong, Juan. I haven't looked into this yet for the widget system, but there's a whole system now for setting values, right? Called a someone help me out here. What is it called? There's a whole new like tool for setting values of stuff. I don't know if that necessarily works with events, like single event based stuff, but I know they have a whole thing for that now for UI. I forgot what they call it. Property? No, not property. Something table? I don't remember. I want to say it's a plugin that you can like enable and disable. Let's see. If I go to UI, I'm sure I could find it in the UI section. User interface. UI. View model. I haven't used view model yet though. My only problem with Lyra is I feel like everything in Lyra is so extremely over-engineered. At least for my needs. And I'm always worried about like ever touching any of that stuff in there. I feel like it is so incredibly like complex. Or maybe I'm just stupid. Not even maybe. I am. Actually. I am not. I'm stupid. Yeah. Not view models is just a system that makes a widget listen for a message game tag and then execute logic. Interesting. It's the only thing I took from Lyra. That's fair. Yeah, there's a lot in Lyra. Like, doesn't Lyra have its own like gas? Like it made its own like gas stuff too, like stuff for gas for the gameplay ability system. Listening for a message game tag sounds very similar to some of the stuff that you can do with gameplay tags and gas. So I assume that some of that idea came from gas. Lyra is what killed my project. It's way too much for a small team, not useful. Well, you could always, you know what killed Ronin? Or killed the momentum for Ronin? Trying to implement ALS, Advanced Locomotion System. That was a big, like, momentum killer. Because I felt like everything became like 10 times harder to implement. Why do we need another messaging system when we have dispatchers and interfaces? I guess it just depends on the use case, I suppose. American Sign Language? No. ALS, not ASL. It's an acronym for Advanced Locomotion System, which is like a thing that so many developers were starting to use. Yeah. Blaming another project that's not your game for killing your game to me sounds like hating just to hate. Well, I don't know. Maybe it could be that they were integrating their stuff into Lyra, and then it became too difficult, and then kind of went from there. What was its big benefit compared to normal locomotion animation? I think it was just like the idea of like it seemed like it was a really smooth kind of animation system, but I don't know. Current me does not see the appeal in it at all anymore. But it had like nice animations and stuff, but just trying to do anything with it was a pain in the fucking dick. I think I've grown as a game developer. I don't really like those things. They use the gameplay message subsystem in Fortnite because they create so much content. They needed something that didn't rely on dependencies. Dispatchers, you would still need a hard reference. Interesting. So you could just, in the actor, call a tag, and then it would just send. Then it would just be read by any widgets that uses it. I guess that makes sense for a large-scale project like Fortnite. Does make sense. I don't know. I don't really see if I need that here. You didn't know what was going on blindly integrating, I could see it happen. But if you're looking at it, then you just choose not to use parts of it. I think the problem with Lyra is it's like, I feel like it's so intertwined to each other. At least parts of it. But yeah, I would not use Lyra as a base. I've seen some streamers use Lyra as a base for their projects, and I'm sure they're learning a lot of stuff, but man, I would not. Yeah. Putting the entirety of Lyra into my solo dev project was too much work and I burnt out. It's not hating to hate, it's just a fact. Yeah, you just had a bad experience with it, trying to put it into your project. Solo devs shouldn't try to use the architecture meant for hundreds of professionals. I agree with that. Yeah. I don't know. I just don't. You could argue the same things with Gaz, though. But I think Gaz does a lot because it does everything that you need for like an ability system for the most part. And that's why it seems so daunting. But like, I don't know. Yeah. I literally avoided Gaz because I didn't need all that. I think the thing is, once you get to a scale of a game, you get to a point where you've done so much and used up so much time making an ability system that you're basically at the same point of Gaz, just with different terminology and maybe slightly different systems. That's why I just want to learn Gaz, because I think it's probably pretty good, especially considering I want to make a lot more action games again, like Ronin and whatnot in the future. So one of the reasons why Krem actually ships is he stays away from that stuff. It's a skill I'm trying to learn. You take what you need, but you also have to consider, like, when you pick up a new plugin or like an asset or something, just, you know, you have to be reasonable with yourself and consider how much time is it going to take, you know, how much time is it going to take for me to learn and adapt this to the needs that I have. Has some good paradigms. Some of the stuff I disagree with, like gameplay cues, those can go in the trash. I don't really understand. What is a gameplay cue again? So there's three main actor types for Gaz, right? Gameplay cue, gameplay effect, and gameplay ability, right? What the fuck is gameplay cue? Gas isn't great for tight melee-based games, though. Cues are for sound effects and VFX. But then what's the gameplay effect for? Effect modifies values. Why did they name it this shit, man? Why do they name it this stuff? Why not call it gameplay modifier or something? Gameplay cues using gameplay tags to route to a visual representation of something. So gameplay logic would be the collision sphere, and the cue would be the explosion VFX and sound effects. Why does a gameplay cue need to be something separate from just a regular gameplay ability? Why not just spawn the VFX and whatnot on the gameplay ability itself? Why do we need to do all this crazy shit with tags? For instance, ability plays the montage to attack an enemy, effect minuses the health, and cues do the VFX. For networking, I guess cues are separate so that it can be pooled. You're starting to sound like me talking to the programmers about gas. Yeah, that's why I kind of wanted to make my own ability system at one point, or like the debuff and buff system. I wanted to do it myself here because I feel like it would be a really good thing to learn as a programmer. Queues get abandoned if there's packet loss. But I guess spawning an effect is less priority, but couldn't you just spawn the effect if the ability was called? I don't know. It just feels so, I don't know. There's got to be some reasoning for it that I maybe just is beyond my ability. I would like to figure out how to make my own buff/debuff system, one that's very good for multiplayer and whatnot. I think that would be a good learning lesson. Multiplayer compatible buff/debuff system. One that's like, I can expand upon it, add effects to it without having to like... The biggest thing I need to learn that I have still yet to learn, if I wanted a bunch of abilities or buffs that could occur from an event, I want to figure out how can I do that without like creating a sequence and then feeding that code directly into something else, and instead create something that's more expandable and more data oriented, I guess. Or I don't know what the terminology would be there, but I feel like that's one thing that I have not tackled yet in my game development endeavor. I need to learn how to make an MMORPG. I've been avoiding it forever. You know, I used to be so into wanting to make an MMORPG when I first started game development. Now I could give less of a fuck about making an MMORPG. You just described how gameplay effects do it. So is it just like an object-based system? I guess it would just be very object-oriented stuff. Gas is good if you're comfortable with C++. It is something I need to learn more. You know, it's just something I need to learn more. I do need to learn more C++. Okay, so now every widget should technically, in theory, have a widget, right? That represents the overhead task. Now, what we need to do is set the icon type. The icon, the type of the icon. I expected to do the heavy lifting for networking as a prediction, and it only seemed to make it more complicated than not using gas. My only thing is I just don't understand what is the integration for networking prediction. Like, how is it? How people say that GAS makes it easier for networking and prediction, but how? What does it do? Do I have to do a specific workflow for that to actually work? Or am I just being fed a lie again? Again. And in reality, it actually is just the most annoying fucking workflow in existence. Yeah, I don't know, Gibson. I'm not sure what the... It has to be some sort of object-based system, so you're not like putting all of your code in one place with a gigantic if statement. If you have this ability, then do this. You know what I mean? Like, that's way too much, right? Like, that just seems like ass. I would rather try to find a way of doing something better and learn something better. I think people hype it up a bit too much about the networking support, but it has a lot of stuff set up that's helpful. That's fair. Yeah, I've noticed as I, you know, after 12 plus years of doing this stuff, there's no better way to determine if something's actually good than using it yourself. And I cannot listen to people in game development circles anymore because I feel like there's just so much fucking noise all over the place. 12 years and no ability system, shake my head. I know, dude, I know. Maybe that's why I was able to get so far, is by avoiding these fucking gameplay systems. At least for this project, we technically don't need to use abilities or anything like that. It's literally just a buff and debuff system. If a player is on fire, show them on fire. They should take tick damage. Once they're no longer on fire, don't show them on fire anymore. You know what I mean? Like that's like an example of it, but doing it through objects in a way that works in multiplayer and won't cause us to explode people's PC, or I mean explode the server, and then yeah. Okay. And then the question is how do we make that all interplay? If, for example, you're on fire, but then you suddenly become wet, how do we remove on fire when you become wet? Is there some sort of event that reads constantly whenever you get new gameplay tags? And then it's like suddenly like, hey, we can no longer do on fire because now we're wet. Like that's, you know, those are things that I'd like to figure out. I'd like to figure out how I can code that myself. I feel like that'd be a good thing to learn for me. All I can remember being networked out of the box is target data and playing animations. The other stuff is custom. GAS doesn't even provide useful extension points. God, the target data shit, all of that shit, I fucking hate that stuff, man. Why does it have to be so damn complicated? Sending data, like even the simplest, just a vector, like payload, the whole payload system. Oh! I hated it. I hate it with GAS. The whole payload system, just to send one simple little vector across, which probably I wasn't even doing it correctly. That probably would not work in multiplayer, but it worked for the project that I was doing at the time. It was awful. I'm gonna puke. I'm gonna puke right now on screen, on stream. Here we go. Anyways, yeah. You know what, Crimson? Reject GAS, learn mass with me and build it all in that. How? So mass, I always understood mass being something for just like a shit ton of components in a scene, right? Like a bunch of like monsters, like thousands of monsters. How does mass, like what else does mass cover? Ali El Zohairi did a video on gameplay tags with the buffs and debuffs. It's super simple. I might have to look at that one. I think I know who you're talking about too. I think I know that person. I've seen some of their stuff or read some of their stuff. I feel like I've read some stuff from them. It's basically ECS, typically used for lots of entities. I don't think I need mass in this scenario because like there's only going to be like at most 8, 10 players, maybe just max 8 to be honest. I don't think we need something like super complicated, and it's not like they're going to have 5 gajillion buffs and debuffs on them either, right? At most, it's going to be like 2 or 3 buffs or debuffs. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I don't want to over, design it either, because then it just makes it a pain in the dick for me. Multiplayer is already complicated as is for me. But I do want to learn to do more like data-oriented stuff. I think that would be a cool thing to learn. More data-oriented kind of programming stuff could be interesting one day. Okay, next step. We have the widget on everything now. Right? Oh. Ah! I should probably set this to invisible. Probably would be a good idea to set this to invisible. Also, you know what this means? Now, I need to author the widgets myself. Oh, no, that's not very good. I'm not very happy about that. Oh, wow, that's not good. How do you know if the game is fun? It's not. At the moment, it's not. At the moment, I feel like it's not. For me, fun comes through, like I'm doing what the game kind of wants me to do, but I'm still having fun doing other things alongside it while still going through with the main goal. Currently, we're not there yet. I don't think the game is fun yet. Wait, if we have a rat task, what is the icon for the rat task? Is it spawned up in the sky? Wait. It is. It is spawned up in the sky. Okay. Well. Yeah, anyways. Maybe we can make it spawn in the car.
I am the rat.
There's 2 rat infestations. You gotta be fucking kidding me. This is a joke? 1 widget per rat? That's insane. I wonder who voiced whatever we're hearing. I wonder too. These motherfuckers are crazy. They don't even pay rent. The rats are, by lore, they are squatters. They're like the blind mice from Shrek. In fact, I might even make some of these rats white and with glasses on, sunglasses. I accidentally damaged that guy with the door. I'm so sorry. I apologize. He's dead. He's dead. Do I use Unreal's physics system, or do I have something custom? It is unfortunately Unreal's physics system. makes me want to rip my fucking hair out. Been there? Real. How many different rooms are there? Not as much as I'd like, and I'd also think... I think one of the things that maybe is one of the reasons why it's not that fun for me right now anymore is the fact that I've seen all of the cars. And currently we don't have any internal, like, randomization in each car. I think we would benefit a lot by having internal car randomization. I don't know how we would do it, but we could figure it out. Like, for example, this is a perfect example. The Office is a perfect example of maybe somehow some form of randomization. Randomizing how these cubicles are structured could be a great example of how we could go about doing this stuff. Now, that could be a great candidate for me learning PCG. Don't fucking know how to use it at all yet. I also don't know how we would create a path that allows us to go through. That's one thing with random generation that I don't know. Randomly generating things, easy. Randomly generating things with a purpose and allowing players to still go through the path, that I don't know. That I don't know. I guess what you could do from a random generation aspect is you do a tile grid system, or the spacing that you need. Each thing is a tile, and then maybe you just generate the path first that needs to be able to go through. You generate the path, then you can generate, like, dead ends. And then this creates your path. And then from here, you can fill in the rest of the space with objects. Would that be kind of the process of how you would go about doing, like, random generation stuff? Is that kind of the system? Dead Cells just made hand-built chunks of the rooms that can connect together. Dead Cells I feel like is easier because it's in 2D, but I feel like we need, like... I feel like we need more randomization. Sandbox has that newly public box 3D physics engine. People are pretty hyped about it. So, someone explain to me, because I'm not big when it comes to physics stuff. I don't know how any of this stuff... In fact, I failed physics in school. What is the main difference between box 3D and, like, chaos? Chaos doesn't handle some cases correctly. Okay. Do we have any examples? Like really thin objects that spin infinitely. Stability and performance. Okay. Is there like built-in multiplayer for like box 3D or something? That's like much faster? I'm just trying to understand, like, what's the difference? Like, in the perspective of Unreal, is there like a box 3D integration in Unreal that works well, or chaos isn't deterministic? I see. These rats are getting kind of annoying. I should make it so the sledgehammer can work. You know, this would be a great time for the sledgehammer to work. This would be a great time for the 20-pound sledgehammer to do its thing. Box 3D was made for a UE5 game called Legends of California. Wait, isn't that the game being made by, can someone correct me if I'm wrong? Isn't that the game being made by the guy that used to work at Overwatch? Jeff Keighley. No, that's not it. Not Jeff Keighley. It's Jeff something, I'm pretty sure. Jeff Kaplan. No, it's not Jeff Kaplan. It's... I don't remember his name. Whatever. Yeah, Overwatch guy. Jeff Goldblum. No, not him. Did you guys hear that one of the actors for from Jurassic Park passed away? Damn, man. We're getting at that age where no, not Bezos. We're getting at that age where our like popular actors growing up are starting to pass away or get amnesia or something, or like dementia. I also saw that George Lucas advocates for AI. George Lucas. George. Box 3D can also handle thousands of physics actors all simulating. He did write that shit. He tried to pass off as Star Wars. If all Box 3D has is better performance and stability, that's enough for me. Yeah, if someone can integrate it into UE without any issue, then I'm down. I think somebody did in chat, actually. There was someone in chat that told me that they integrated a different physics engine as a plugin. I think as a plugin into UE. It might have been Box 3D. Wait, what are all the physics engines? List them out. I'll probably remember which one it was. Physics engines for games. Free to use physics engines for games. I need to find a list. Oh, you know what? I think it was Jolt. It was Jolt. It was Jolt. I'm pretty sure it was Jolt. I remember the conversation on stream reminded me of Godot, because I think in Godot uses Jolt. Or Bolt. Bolt, Jolt, Bolt, whatever. Jolt, Bolt. Either one, whatever. I liked Star Wars, man. I liked Star Wars when I was a kid. I think I still like Star Wars. I like the idea of Star Wars. I think that's what I like about Star Wars. I like the idea of Star Wars. Like Underworld, Coruscant, and stuff. Talk about My Drawing? Was it My Drawing that did it? I'm assuming it was My Drawing. It was someone. It was a streamer. I know it was a game dev streamer. Okay, so next step. We need to make it so everything that breaks has a different icon associated with it. Okay, so... Okay, let's go. All right, let's go. All right, let's go. I also think it might be a good idea for me to dynamically specify the location of where the widget should be. Because there's no fucking way I'm going to put this shit all over the place. Been getting into Dune lately for a long time. I didn't realize that inspired so many things of like things like Star Wars. I gotta read the original like books and stuff. I'm interested, but dude, Dune is very interesting. You know what Dune reminds me of? It's a bit like okay, I haven't read the books, but I've heard of some of the story and whatnot, like the later, saga. It kind of sounds a bit like Revan, but not really. Kind of Revan from KOTOR. Kind of Revan, but not really. Kind of. It's like a good guy turned bad guy. I guess he never really was a good guy, huh? Well, I guess he was a kind of a good guy. I guess, sort of. But I don't remember what Revan does when Revan becomes Revan. I'm pretty sure Revan turns to the Sith in some way, so. It's like Anakin Skywalker. Dune is just Star Wars for grown-ups. I don't know, man. I think the dark side of Star Wars is interesting. There's some interesting stuff there. He was whoever you decided to do, no? Because you play as him in the first game. I think you always end up turning into Revan, though, by nature. Well, yes, you choose who you become, but I think you've always been Revan, but you lost your memory. That's the one everyone wants Keanu Reeves to play as. What's he gonna say? Yeah, like I love Keanu Reeves. Don't get me wrong. Oh, he did a pretty good job with. No, actually, that's not fair to him. He does a pretty good job as an actor. You know, with his performance in Cyberpunk, I feel like he did a pretty good job. Personally, like Villeneuve's Dune more than Star Wars as a universe. When you really think about it, Star Wars as a universe is literally just like Nazis in space. That's basically it's just Nazis in space. That's it with aliens and shit. It's just. Did you ever play Force Unleashed? I did on the Wii. I played the Force Unleashed on the Wii. Ronin was a lot of inspiration was Force Unleashed, I would say, for Ronin. And probably will still be when we get around to making Ronin. Do I like Blade Runner? I never watched the original. I watched the new one. I like the new one. The music, I still remember the feeling I had when I was in the theater. My uncle, I still remember getting out of the theater and my uncle was like, yeah, it wasn't as good as the original. I was like, all right. I just didn't know about it. But the music was just so fucking... It, like, sucked you in. It, like, really sucked you in the theater. But I never watched the OG. I've seen clips of the OG. I think the new movie, at least from the perspective of only seeing the new movie, the vibe and atmosphere was just, I think, unbeatable. Like, it was so sick, which I think Dune also really nails really well too. The atmosphere, the music, and everything, so sick. So cool, man. I think Suit for Hire would benefit very greatly from Lumen because of like the dynamic GI. Dude, I don't want to make a game that has like the target FPS is 60. Like, I don't like that. My target FPS is always 90 plus. If I can somehow figure out a way of doing Lumen or some sort of system having GI and really nice lighting without killing someone's computer, I think that'd be cool. What FPS do I have on average? In this project, 120 easily. 120 plus. You can definitely reach 120 plus, at least with my specs. We'll have to see what it's like for other specs, but we've been pretty, you know, it's DX11. We're not using Lumen. We're not using Nanite or any of that stuff. In fact, we reduced the screen percentage so you get like more pixelated kind of look, which I think matches the vibe a lot more of the game. Yeah. I guess in here what we can do is every time we set this thing, we should just set the image of what it's supposed to be. I'm too lazy, man. I can't fucking... What GPU am I rocking? Currently, I am running a 3070 Ti. I aimed at 144 as my baseline. I see 130 to 220, so I'm good with that. Yeah, I think like I think 90 plus is a good number to aim for. It's in between. You're in between 120 and 60. You're still above 60, so I feel like it's the new current modern standard, in my opinion, of games. And by aiming with 90 plus for the types of specs that I have and stuff, I think you can hopefully get at least 60 for other lower specs, which is, of course, the goal. Are those FPS in editor? It is an editor. So I'm sure I haven't checked the max FPS. I think my monitor and my GPU maxes the FPS to 165 no matter what. So I can't check what it is unmaxed. So, but I'm sure it could probably reach, 160 plus right now. I think it only starts lagging when we have a bunch of monsters. So, but we haven't done any optimizations to the monsters at all. So once we do some optimizations, I think we should be good. Gotta do something real crazy. Pool gets 50 plus on his 3070 Ti, but he's got a way older CPU than yours. Yeah, CPU really plays a big part, I would say. Especially with Unreal games, I feel like. With Unreal games, I feel like CPU is a pretty big actor, I would say. All right, power outage, power, electricity, fire, toilet clog, steam leak, steam, gears, lever sequence. I don't think we have something for that. What? Vent overheating. We don't have anything for that. Wire matching. Wire. What? Electrical wiring. Rat infestation. Rat. Infestation. Window cleaning. Window repair. Cleaning. Door jam. What? Welfare check. Welfare. Oh, motherfucker. Nuclear bomb. There's nothing in here. There's nothing in here for this. All right. All right. There we go. The icon updated. Also, by the way, we should probably turn off the... We should probably set the default render opacity of that thing to off. Might be a good idea. Yeah, might be a good idea to do that. Might be a good idea. We'd avoid the weird little UI popping up on startup thing that keeps occurring. Okay. All right, here we go. Yo, I could not see that rock. I think we need... could not see that item at all until like the last second. Oh right, I gotta change where the light is for that because it's clipping through the wall. Grim, fix the terrain swap outside of the fade? Wait, what are you talking about? Fix the terrain swap? What do you mean, terrain swap? Oh shit, our trees are floating. Not a problem. Who cares? Fix the terrain swap outside of the fade. Oh, when you press the... Oh, right. Okay. Listen, we'll fix it later. Who cares? How is nothing broken yet? I'm actually kind of concerned. How is it that nothing is broken? Found no valid maintenance task. Oh, there we go. See? Okay. Car 1. I think that's the flatbed here. We have to give this pipes because it bugs out every time we spawn it right now, so... Oh wait, I didn't see the UI. Oh shit. There's a rock in the ground. Room service. Car 3, steam leak? Okay. I can't wait to, like, populate these rooms with, like, furniture and shit, and then you gotta, like, look through the furniture to find items. Which car am I in? What the hell? Car 3? Is this not car 3? Where am I? Is this car 1, 2? This is car 3. Wait. Four? 2? 4? 2? 4? 3? Am I loading in a level and it's taking too long? And then the number 3 goes somewhere else? Guys, something's not right here. Car 3. Okay, wait, hold on. Hold on. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Get out of here. Yeah, whatever. Don't tell me this is number 3. I love how he just looks at you. Is this number 3? Hello, I'm looking for a number. It's on the floor here. 5, 3. No fucking way. Some of the trains are spawning after. They're spawning after in the wrong location. No wonder I was getting confused. Some of these train cars are in the wrong spot. Did I set the render opacity of the wrong thing? Yep, I did. I sleep. Okay, next up, with the rat infestation, when we spawn the rat infestation, how do we spawn the rat infestation? Where do we call that, actually? I believe we call that in the game state. So let me find that. Let me look for rat infestation. Okay, the spawn transform is get actor transform current cabin. But the problem is the current cabin is the manager, and the manager is up in the sky. So we're actually going to change, we're going to change this. We're going to get the cabin, get the cabin, get the current cabin, and then get the cabin mesh. Then we'll get the bounds. Get the bounds. Get the actor bounds. Get the origin. And then we'll plus a bit of height into it. I'm thinking like 200 or 150. Hello, this is looking a little tight. I need a bit more space here, please. Thank you. Oh my God, please help. Help! Shit's getting claustrophobic. I'm getting sick. Okay, all good. Now the rat infestation icon can appear in the middle of the train at ground level, I believe. Wait, no. This is center of the actor world space. Wait, this might actually be really high up. Wait. Hold on. This might be... We might not have to do that. We might be able to just... Actually, we might want a minus. Here I go, plussing a minus. All right. Okay. This gives us the origin in world space. Good. I'm going to stand up. I haven't stood up in a while. Okay. I think this is a good addition. I think this is good. This is a good idea. Oh. I should get a standing desk. Nah, I'm just kidding. You know how much that costs? I don't got that kind of money. Yeah. Guys, I need recommendations. So when I do go abroad, what kind of, like, should I get a lav mic? Those are pretty expensive, aren't they? Like a good one? Should I get a lav mic for the travel streams? What do you guys think? Should get a working dev? Listen, I am, motherfucker. I feel like we'd have to do a test with these microphones to see if they work well. We'll have to do like a stream where I like put one of these on to test it. I have a DJI mic mini. It's fantastic. The Hollyland mics are also great. Just get a headset mic? The only thing with a headset mic is I feel like they're ass, dude. Hollyland mic. So DJI. I do see some of those DJI mics. I also see Rode. DJI mic mini. Okay. Depends how often you're going to use them. I guess it would just be for the travel streams. It's a live stream and you're on vacation. That's true, but okay. The annoying thing with a headset, like I used to have those HyperX headsets. One, the mic quality sucks, and two, I feel like they're so big, and I'm gonna have to put them into my like case. So what DJI? What is it? What does that one look like? Is it a lav? Oh, it's like a little square attachment thingy. I'm gonna be like one of those YouTubers where it's like you're like lifting up the lav mic or whatever, talking straight into it. Oh shit. All right. I'll have to look into that. Hold on. Let me look at Hollyland though. Hollyland mic. Hmm. Otherwise, the DJI is good. I don't understand. What is this? There's this one that's... The USB-C connection? Oh, I guess because some people do it on their phone. They like record it on their... Oh, I see. 'Cause some of them record it on their phone. And then there's one with a charging case. That's a little... And there's 2 microphones. What the fuck? What do you think? What do you think I am? Some interviewer guy? Pfft. All right. I've had I made short form content. I've had shitty Amazon mics, and my phone mic was literally better. DJI Mic Mini has an 11-hour battery life and noise canceling. Super easy to use. I just got the kit with 2 transmitters and 1 receiver with the charger. Worth the investment, in my opinion. Gotcha. So you did get the one with the case, then, Sai. Okay, so then should I just avoid the Rode lavalier mics? Are they like whatever? I feel like I've always liked Rode, and I used to have like a Rode mic. It's just a plug-in. It's literally just a plug-in. One of those like the cylindrical brass, whatever the fuck thing that you plug in. From the looks of it. I've heard Rode is good, but I know nothing about that one. Gotcha. That's fair. That's fair. Listen, if I can get one that doesn't require me to put it on my like shirt, I'm assuming most of these would be like you put it on your shirt, right? Magnetic attachment. The hell? Huh. Very interesting. Don't get something fancy, Krim. It doesn't fit with the shitty theme of your usual streams. What the hell? What the hell? Am I going on an adventure later this year? Yeah. But I think I will try to still stream. It's just a bit awkward. I don't know how the fuck I'm going to do it. I don't know if I even will. But I would like to still like record some videos or something. I think that could be kind of interesting. Grim, your camera is off angle and it makes me angry. It's literally not. It's the wall. It's the wall that's off angle. It's quite literally the wall and or my monitor. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. How's that? Huh? How's that? My shit tilted? I need a fucking leveler. I need a leveler. I didn't know Canada had a perpetual lean to it. No, literally this apartment is built with twigs. You can look anywhere and everything is it's tilted. It's still tilted, but ever so slightly. I don't see oh, I see. What about now? Thoughts? Concerns? I think that deserves a 5 bits. Look at your lines on the wall. I know, that's what I'm doing. Oh, it's still slightly tilted. Dude, what else do you want me to do? I guess I can. Like 5 degrees off? It's literally not. It's straight as a motherfucker. It's straight as a motherfucker. Now though, I feel like it's... Is it tilted for me or is this level? Yeah, it's fine. Although now... Is this monitor tilted? Your desk fucked up? My life is fucked up, man. Oh, fuck. Pause the music. Wait. No, that shit's tilted, man. That shit's tilted, brother. No. No. Something's not right. Are my eyeballs fucked? Whatever, man. I should show you guys what this shit looks like. You know what? Actually, I will. Look at this shit now. It gets larger as you go further down. Okay, we're still good. We're still good. The setup is still good. Is that centered? I don't think that's centered. Hold on. What is that crap? What do you mean, what is that crap? What do you want? What do you... All that dev money is using old-ass Dell monitors? If it works, it works. And they're not Dell. It's Samsung and Gigabyte. Okay? God. Man. They work. I don't need anything else. Immediate critical feedback. Yeah, literally the instant I show you guys my monitors, you're like, these look like fucking shit. Although this gap is going to piss me off. I think the reasoning is because I think I know what it is. This monitor is slightly tilted down. You made Suit for Hire, though. Why aren't you in a mansion? I got to make a couple more Suit for Hires to get into a mansion. I got to make a few more Suit for Hires for that to happen. We're going to have to make some more Suit for Hires. It takes 3 weeks for you to get the next frame on the monitors. Well, that is true when when my monitor randomly froze. That is the case when it fucking froze earlier. Oh, shit, dude. Train slot mansion incoming. A buddy of mine has a 3D printer, and I can't wait to fuck with it and create our player character, but 3D printed. That is going to be so awesome. 3D printing this guy? Yes, man. So, it's probably a pretty easy 3D print, too. Probably a really easy 3D print as well. Put them on the shelf behind you too? Dude, hell yeah, we could print 4 of them and they all have different colors and customizations. Your buddy's gonna 3D print you anal beads with a face? No, sausage with a face. Did I implement the repo style eye movement? We have a bit of eye movement, yes. But it's not advanced yet. There are still a lot of customization stuff I want to do to it. So, for example, with VoIP, if someone starts talking and the other people are not talking, I want the eyes to direct themselves towards the person talking, right? So stuff like that. If they're interacting with an item, sometimes they look at other things, even though I want them to kind of focus on what they're looking at. So, still some stuff we need to do. But it's like... It's at a basic form for customization. And like when you zoom in, it does that. So whatever you do, do not boof the sausage. Access not trying to read property get set render scale. Shouldn't this only be happening locally? Can I make it so a widget only loads on client? Is there like a override for that? To make a component only load on the client? We're gonna play the Blueprints playlist. Duct tape and silly string? Duct tape's much stronger than silly string. Silly string doesn't do shit. It's more like duct tape and, like, I don't know, wooden sticks that are found from outside. This technically should only be occurring on the client. So it's kind of annoying. Wait, how do you get the owning player controller of this thing? Whatever. My only problem is this widget, I think, is replicated, but it's not, I don't want it to be replicated. Grrr, I'm getting real mad. Whatever. Whatever. I'd literally die with Crim's console errors. Listen, man. All we gotta do is make the video game first. Then we can figure out the other shit, okay? The game's gotta be fun first. We haven't gotten to that part yet. The game doesn't feel very fun yet. We're kind of missing a crucial piece in the puzzle, man. Okay, one last thing we need to do is when you complete the task, a green check mark appears quickly, and then it fades out the thing for us. Okay, that's the next step of the puzzle. The next step of the puzzle. I do have to fix that car problem, though. The fact that the car spawns ahead and in a uneven... Oh! Oh, that kind of spooked me a little. I'm not gonna lie. They kind of got me there. I was looking at the landmine. That brought chills down my spine. There's not even a sound effect for that. Oh, guys, the rat infestation's underneath the ground. That icon is meant to be above, not below. Why not spawn all of the cars and number them? I did. And they're supposed to spawn in order. However, they're not. So, yeah. There we go. This is a fix right here. Bada bing. Consistent Z transform for the rat infestation. They are spawning in and getting numbered, but okay, let's see what's going on. Let's look at the train real quick. Oh, number them after I've broken them. problem is, this doesn't make any sense. Oh. Wait. Um. It's maybe this. No, it's not that. Because it only starts generating the next car once this one has generated entirely. Excuse me? I literally don't know how this is happening. Cars loaded multiplied by train seed. Multiplied by 15 plus train seed. Is it the geometry on the trains causing them to load later? The thing is, the train should be loading in one by one, right? It will do the thing, load it. Once it's loaded, then it will start the next train to generate right after. Somehow it's getting mixed up. I literally have no idea how this is happening. It doesn't make any sense. At least on my mind, in my mind, on paper, here. What's happening is there's somehow... I have no idea how that's happening. Let's just assume it's a fluke. It's got to be a fluke, right? It can't be a... I think you have to click somewhere. Yeah, right here, right here, right here. We're looking at this. We're looking at this, and then the train number. Is it possible that this only happens if you load... No, that's impossible. If you push the button way too quickly? Before all of the cars have spawned in? Actually, I couldn't even push the button there. One. I don't know where the number is on this one. 2. 3. 4. And this is 5. I think it has to do with like pushing the button too quickly before all of the car. I don't know if that's what it is. Two, 4, 4. 3, 5. What? 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 So it called flatbed first, then cabin 1. Correct. Then it called cargo cars, flatbed cabin 1. Flatbed cabin 1, cargo cars, flatbed cabin 1. Just make the button inactive for the first 2 seconds. I don't actually know if it is the button. Okay, pushed button is right here. Let's try to reproduce it. Let's try to push the button really quickly. I don't think it's the button. I don't think it's pushing the button that causes it, but hey, who knows? Okay, let's go back again. We've got laundromat, flatbed, cabin 1. It's the flatbeds. I do think it is the flatbeds. Maybe that, okay. It's very possible that number is not correct. Like, it might not be getting set. Four? 3. 2. What? Is it pushing the buttons that causes it to occur? Let's try not pushing the button and let's just preview what the train looks like from here. One, 2, 3, 5, 4. It's not, it has nothing to do with the button. Plus cars loaded. Is generate train car being possibly called multiple times? Once. Twice. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6? Why 6? Graphics are really nice in Superfire. Good job. Thanks. I don't know if I'm... It's not the best graphics in the world. Don't get me wrong. I think it's... It does have some room for improvement. Is 6 the engine? I guess 6 is the engine. But it technically doesn't need to generate anything. Wait, all of the numbers are fucked up. Are the... we gotta check. Are these numbers representative of the actual, like... where it is? I don't know. Look, train 1, train 5, wait, no, train 2, train 3, train 4, and train 5. It's just the numbers. I think the numbers are all fucked up. I don't think these numbers are real. I don't think the numbers are real. The numbers aren't real. Okay, let me destroy this, remove the breakpoint real quick. Okay. 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 Right. Fucks up when there's flatbeds? You think it's a flatbed causing this? Hold on. Give me a second. Let's see here. So our biggest problem is the fact that the computers get mixed up. Is that maybe... First, how do we select a maintenance task? Select random maintenance task. It goes through all of the cabins. It creates a local cabin, shuffles it. Okay, so it's not, I don't think it's that. Is it possible that the cabin manager is being added in a out of order way? In fact, I don't even know how the cabin managers are being added. Hold on. In theory, every time we create a car, it should have a manager associated with it. I'm assuming the manager should actually add itself. Yep. Cabin manager, add unique, event begin play, switch has authority, add unique cabin manager, set text with whichever index it oh shit. And that's what sets the text. So the index value being different is actually, the value of the index is correct. That's not very, that's not good. That's not very good. Am I possibly shuffling this anywhere? Like an idiot. Am I shuffling this anywhere? Like a doofus? No. Number the cars once they're all built. The problem is The problem is, you know what we might have to do? Is not use add unique, but add insert. Insert item at the given index into the array. I think this is what we need to do. Yeah. This is what we need to do. Yep. This is what we need to do. We need to insert we need to insert it specifically into the index we need it at. And I think this should give us some more accurate. This is probably not correct. We're probably gonna have to do this in a better way. Not using length, but like, I don't know, a tag or something. We associate a tag to this thing or something. Let's see if that works. 2, 1. Three, 4, 5, 6. I think we actually do an. I think we got a -1 here. Which doesn't really make any sense because I think they're gonna all try to add themselves at 1. -1. Wait, how the fuck? Wait. -1. I see. -1. Time to do something stupid. Wait. No, I don't know. Hold on. 0. More spaghetti? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit of spaghetti. A little bit of spaghetti. 2, 3. What the fuck? I wanted to start at no, there's a better way of doing this. Let me see here. So engine, generate train car, on level loaded. A better way to determine, like, we give it a level name override. I'm curious if we can somehow read from the level name that this is associated with. You know what I mean? This goes in the square hole. Guys, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. We don't. Don't worry. Strap in. We're going in for a ride. If I do add unique, the problem with add unique is we don't have any control over where it's being placed. We have no control over where it's being placed. And so we end up with the weird numbers. 2, whatever the fuck this is, 3, 4, 5. It could be the flatbeds. It actually could be the flatbeds. Flatbed over here is numbered as 3. What? 5. What? Wait, so then I did say it's the flatbeds. The flatbeds are causing some weird shit going on for sure. Are they loading slower than everything else? There's no like difference to the flatbed in comparison. Like it's just a normal level. 4. 3, 5, 2. Perhaps they're not a car in the sense the cars are cars. I love how whenever something takes too long or gets too complicated for you, you actually go into full spaghetti whatever mode. No, what I was trying to do with insert is we would, instead of letting this just add unique whenever, it would instead insert itself using the numbers that it specified. That being said, I don't know how we could get this level and then read what the number is. We could do this. We have an option. Instead of immediately generating the next train car, let's give it 0.5 of a second. Let's give it 0.5 of a second. It's a bit of a band-aid fix, but let's see if that does anything. So I'd be surprised if this doesn't fix the issue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think what was going on is the levels were loading. Makes no sense. I guess the cabin manager loaded after a level already loaded in then and there. So what would be the smart thing is instead of this saying, hey, generate the next thing, or the level loaded, on level loaded, we would need the cabin manager to say, hey, I'm done loading, and then the next thing can load in. God, that's fucking stupid. All right, well, it just means that the trains load in a little bit later, just so we can give it a bit of time to complete its stuff. That's fine, whatever. It would be better from a programming standpoint to make it so the cabin manager can say, okay, we're done, spawn in the next thing. One test load and you count it as a pass? All right, well, fine. We'll do the 5 test, the 5 test test, the 5 test test. We need 5 tests to test to pass the test. 1, flatbed, again, flatbed, which seemed to be our culprit. 2, 3, 4, And last but not least, 5. Okay, that's test number 2. Test number 3. Test number 3. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and last but not least, 5. The reason why I know it would work, at least as a band-aid, is because I know this is probably what's going on. The level loads in, the cabin manager has not initiated begin play yet. The next level loads in, and that's when everything fucks up. Or one level loads before another level loads in. That cabin manager loads in before it, you know what I mean? Like, that's probably what's going on. Now, the only worry or thing that could break this is if a player somehow freezes at any point in time or something where, yeah, that is a possibility. So obviously it'd be better waiting. It'd be good to give control to the cabin manager blueprint to say when the next thing should load in, but whatever. New train slot now with 50% more slowness. No, it should be fine. Should be fine. Basically, the train will load in over the span of like 2.5 seconds. I think should be around the time. And either way, that, you know, there's going to be a cooldown when you can push the button anyways to begin the match. So it should be fine. I think. Car 1 rat infestation. We should make it so the numbers are on both sides, but I think it'd be nicer if this was higher up, but in case the players can't count to 5. Sometimes you get lost where you are. Sometimes you kind of get lost where you are, and okay, last thing I want to add in for the maintenance tasks. Last thing, a check mark. Yes. When you complete it, a little check mark appears. Cool, fun little animation. All good. Everyone's happy. So am I. Yes. Event construct. I'm going to do something. Set render opacity of ourselves to 0. So then that way it should make it so it instantly sets it, and the timer won't run off because it goes every 1 second. Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, all right, let's go. So a check mark. We need, can someone get me the alt code for the check mark, please? I need the alt code for a check mark, please. Does anybody have the alt code? Actually, I might have an... Wait, do I have a check mark image? Check? Wait, I do. Kind of. Check material. It's unlit and it's surface. Did I study CS? Counter-Strike? I did play a lot of Counter-Strike. Alt C1. That's double exclamation mark, motherfucker. Unless that's a P. That's an inverse P. With a solid circle. Hold on. Computer science? No, I didn't study computer science. How did you get a Roblox head? What the hell? Why is it green in here? That's kind of funny. Man, I want it to be centered, but like center and not care about the... I'm about to do something crazy. Keep the font size, but then increase the render scale. Yep. I'm gonna do it. I don't care. I don't care. Nobody can tell me otherwise. Nobody can tell me otherwise. I can do whatever I want. I can do whatever I want. I can do whatever I want. Got too many badges? What is that one supposed to be? Civ? How the hell did you get the yellow noob one? Sounds like you have some weird ass language installed there. Does your alt code changes depending on your keyboard language? Hey, you can't do that. Yeah, well, watch me. Yeah, watch me. So many, I made a user script to rotate a random one every time I chat. That's diabolical. That is diabolical. Okay, so by default, we technically want the render opacity of this to be 0. And then on completion, we can, let's go ahead and key this. So starts at 0, goes to 1, starts at scale 0, 0, zooms in. Let's maybe do this to like 2 seconds. And then from here, 1 second to 0. And then what we also want to do is probably take the task image. Probably set that to 0. Granik, how are you? You have 178 badges? Wait. Wait, excuse me? You have 178 badges? This motherfucker's got everything. He's gone to every single event. He's gone to every single event. He's been everywhere. He's been everywhere. Actually, we shouldn't set the opacity. Fuck it. It doesn't. We have to be setting the opacity of this actually. Still takes less time to load his profile than your monitors take to update single frame. Well, it's fine right now, okay? Don't jinx it. Don't jinx my computer, motherfucker. For the most part, those are the only badges I don't have are the TwitchCons. I only have the 2019 TwitchCon badge, and I will not get another one because I will not be going to another TwitchCon. If I want to visit and, you know, see streamer friends, I could just go see them. I don't need a fucking overpriced convention to see people. I'm excited to get my new desk fan, my OG from 6 years ago. I paid $1 for it at Walmart. It has officially died today. I'm sorry for your loss. Sorry for your loss. Man, I won't even, like, this isn't, it's not even necessarily anything against TwitchCon. I don't even see myself going to, like, a GDC, to be honest. I just don't, I'm too awkward. I don't see myself being able to, like, I don't know if going to a GDC would be interesting to me. Thanks, man. I think it was the best purchase I ever made. $1. Yeah, that 6 years ago, that cost $2 to $3 now, Flick. You're never getting one of those fucking offers ever again. All right? You better have given that fan a burial. A proper one. Or am I? It's actually $6 now? Holy shit, inflation has gone too far. Okay, well, let's see if this check mark is fun. I don't know, I suppose. I guess we'll see. Let's see here. We probably also want to check if the widget is playing an animation. I think Twitch finally realized this year that there are people that collect badges, so they've been going crazy with them. That's some crazy FOMO manipulation. Let's be real. That's some crazy FOMO manipulation right there, if I've ever seen it. Hey, that's fucked up. That's... Deactivate maintenance task. Oh, reward... Fan with a robot LED face and it creepily stares at you while it blows on you? That's, oh, shit. Of course, it's a local object. I need to do this. Deactivate maintenance task. I think... Let's see. I don't know if this is correct, but let's see. Let's find out. Oh, shit. Guys, I don't think that's correct. Let's just do it here. Let's just do this here. Reward participated player. Aha! It does an Ubu face when it powers on? How much was that thing? Too much. If it's more than 0? Till recently, you were lucky if Twitch released like 6 badges in a year. Now you get like 6 badges a month. I remember them being like a very commodity thing. Now it's literally everywhere. To me, I feel like that's lost its value in some way. But I guess I don't have that collector mindset. Actually, that's not true. I do have a bit of a collector mindset. Sort of. With some things. With some things. That makes the old ones more rare. I guess that's true. Like the IRL one that Crim doesn't have. That was like the one where you had to watch an IRL stream. Brother, having that one is an insult. I don't want to watch in real life streams. Some of those motherfuckers are unhinged. I say while Flick has one. I don't go outside. Ah! It's for touching grass? What do you mean? Like you literally have to go touch grass? Yeah! Check mark! Did you see that? Hmm. Something about it felt a little off. I think maybe... Are we scaling it from 0? Oh my god, we are scaling it from 0. Okay, let's change that. Instead of scaling it from 0, let's scale it from 0.5. Maybe a little bit more. 0.8. Also, let's make the render much faster. Oh yeah, they did take away the game dev badge. To be fair, it was a bit confusing, and there were certain streams I would walk in with that badge, and people were like, "Oh, did you work on this game?" I was like, "No." So I think it did cause quite a bit of confusion. I think the fade is too fast as he makes it faster. It felt a little like weird. I don't know. I think we need the last thing we need now, I think, is a sound effect. I honestly thought the game dev badge would only show if you register your account to the game or something, not everywhere. That's right. I kind of want to add an opening animation for the tablet. Like it whipping out and rotating. I feel like that'd be kind of cool. Polish, though. I can't be doing any polish right now. I mean, if you clicked on it, it told you specifically what that person is a game dev for. Yeah, but let's be real, Omicron. Is everybody going to be doing that? Hell no. They don't even know that they can fucking do that. Some people are watching on mobile. They don't even know they can do that. I had to explain that to people. It's like, hey, if you click on the person's name, it'll show you what they worked on. So, I don't think, yeah. I think it would have been really cool if it showed in the game directory that they worked on. I think that'd be sick. But alas, it is what it is. Is this not car 4? Oh, I guess this is car 4. Did I lose track of where the hell I was? Chuck Grim, there's a mine. It was right on the door, man. How would I have known? Alright, so now we got the electrical job. And we do the thing. Check mark. It looks a little goofy. It looks a little goofy. But maybe that's okay. Maybe goofy is okay. Good enough is so hard for me to do. It's interesting looking at production code for games and seeing how many to-dos you just never need to tackle. I think it's a trained skill. I think it's a trained skill for sure. Something you polish later, to be honest. Yeah, as long as we get the bare minimum of like enough feedback in for me to feel good about it, then I think I'm okay with it. What? He's like stuck in that room. Like, I feel like the werewolf is always... Never mind, he's not stuck in that room anymore. I need the verify badge also, but I don't, so I haven't streamed in like 10 years. Brother, if I haven't fucking gotten it in 13 years, good luck. You got this. Just don't be a game dev streamer. Do something else. You'll be fine if you do literally anything else. The fire extinguisher sound spamming is bugging out the tunnel sound effect. That bug still exists, I see? Yeah, sometimes monsters will stand on top of an object and get stuck, and then, well, they get stuck. Let's just say they get stuck. Okay, so I think the last thing we need for some of these things is... I think the last thing we really need is just a sound effect associated with completing it. For now. I do think the zoom is a bit goofy looking, though. I think the zoom is a bit goofy looking. Oh, is verified a different thing from partner? I know you can get verified using other social media stuff, I guess. Like if you have another social media presence somewhere else, then they can give you like special access or whatever, but I love Megabonk's solution is stuck, just an upwards velocity. Hey, it's a good idea. Break out the hot tub. This stream used to be unhinged, where I would like slap in random PNGs, and I used to be in a green screen, and I had like some random stupid overlay shit. Okay, I think the last thing we need when you're completing a task is... I think the UI, the little icon is great. I think it makes it so if you need to fix something, you don't need to like look for it. I think it's good. I think it's a good addition. Just fill the screen with your output log errors? No big deal. Oh wait, does the fucking cleaning task have an icon over it? I don't think that needs an icon over it. Whatever, just leave it in. Okay, that needs to probably change. It's a landmine right in front of the computer. That's diabolical. I think that's amazing. I think the... Guys, I don't know about you. I think I like the check mark. I think I like the check mark. We just need a different kind of check mark. It's a little too curvy. It's got too much curve. Anything in here? Car 5. That's behind this car. Can't you get, like, distracted by, like, you know, the sound, constant noise going on over there? What even is that? Hold on, I'm looking at my laptop right now. What? Ah, yes, the shish kebab. Yes, how many orders of that? Yes, 4 of them? Yeah. Cream cheese? Yes. Hold on, I gotta fix something real quick. He's stuck. Where am I? I think the check mark is great. To be honest, with how much you stream an average viewer-wise, you'd probably pass verified and partner. I applied one time and it failed me. I don't think they care anymore unless you have like an inside person. Their flashlight? There's a flashlight. How long ago was that time? A few months ago, I think. Okay, man. What is that noise? What the hell? What was that green check mark that just appeared there? I might have to fix that. Funky Town? I don't remember how it goes. Funky Town. How does the melody go for Funky Town? I actually don't remember. Where's the icon for this? What? There's a little bit of potato code going on right now. There's a little bit of potato code. Things are not looking good. Where's the gear? Where's the damn gear, man? Here it is. It's outside. I think the train is about to explode. Oh, no. Wait, fine. I don't know why that icon didn't... That icon appeared. I think that's the rat icon. I think it stops... Oh, I think the animations stop playing. Or they don't play if you're not looking at them on screen. I think a rat just walked into a landmine. In fact, if I find a rat body, then it is 100% confirmed that that's what happened. Which one did it? That's just a corporate mandated feel-good checkmark? That's literally what it is, actually. 100%. I literally don't remember how Funky Town goes, man. Kind of hate how, like, low down this is. We need to, like, I think raise this up. Either raise it up or get down at, like, crouch height. It's kind of annoying. Hurry! If we dock, then we can escape the train exploding. It's kind of cheating, though. Like, we literally... Look at the train health. Funky Town. I don't remember how Funky Town goes, man. Oh, I know about the Shrek one. I just, for some reason, can't think of the melody at all. I love that movie, by the way. I just, for some reason, cannot... I'm just... Trying so hard to think of the melody right now. This is all my brain power. I know the lyrics. I know the lyrics. Or some of the lyrics, but I just can't think of the melody at all. I don't know how you would play it on this fucking stupid thing. I can't wait to see, like, people mastering the shit out of this. They're gonna be crazy. Can you make it so your character passes out if you hold the trauma on too long? It's something I literally want to do. I was thinking about that. Your character's face starts turning red and then they fucking just ragdolls. Gonna program a script that moves the mouse and clicks on the right notes. That's, you know what? That's the right kind of cheating. I'll allow that. There's an item spawned in here. Rock. Okay, good. The item spawning is working. Because last time we got in here, we got so unlucky and literally nothing spawned. Did anything spawn in the crate? 2 items. Pretty sure there's a different song in Shrek, though. I don't think that's Funky Town. Wait, is that Funky Town? No, that's not Funky Town. Isn't that a different song? Dun, 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 dun. Whatever. Anyways, that's the end of the stream. Just listen to it and play it. No, I refuse. In fact, I'm just gonna leave this as a remnant of my memory in my head. I guess what you could do is sit in one spot and memorize like specific points, and then that could be all right, get this out of here. I can't wait for that to make like a big banging noise when you start throwing it around. There's so many interactions I can't wait to put for like item sounds. We don't have any of that yet, but we will. We have some of it, like this air horn, whatnot. Put a thing on the wall that shows the points for notes and an X on the ground to show where to stand. I feel like I kind of want to let players like... Need an auto-tune to match the notes and a full MIDI system to play any song. Scope creep go. Anyways, goodbye. Thanks for joining in. Next stream tomorrow. Don't know what time. I'm hoping to go back to the gym tomorrow. I need to get back on my grind. I feel like I've lost some of my muscle, but hopefully my back is okay tomorrow. Youch! I don't know what happened to my back, but it's not good. Anyways. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for dropping by. I'm gonna go eat something. Okay. All right. See you guys tomorrow. Thanks for lurking, chat, and sticking around. I'll see you then.